Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasamnidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I'm welcoming all of the viewers who are joining us across the world in all of the different social media platforms. If you are joining us on Nithyananda TV, on Kailasa TV, and on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, I welcome all of you and all of the celebrated Kailasians who are joining us from the Devalayas, Annalayas, the Gurukuls, the Goshalas, and all of the Jnanalayas as well across the world who are joining with us, right? As well as those of you who are blessed to be on the two-way video conferencing, the Nayana Diksha as well. And I welcome each and every one of you who is joining us. Now, I understand that for most of us, especially those of you who are joining in for the first time, tuning in for the first time and just seeing this in your scroll, you might be thinking that this is just a coincidence, that this is a once-in-a-lifetime interaction. But please understand that this is not a coincidence in your life, but a cosmic intervention. And just because this might be your first time, this is not the first time that divine cosmic beings have come down to planet Earth and interacted with human beings to create the next evolutionary breakthrough. And for time immemorial incarnations, the divine pure consciousness has embodied a form just in order to bring a breakthrough for each and every one of us to go through. And for many of us, that breakthrough might just be in a relationship that we're trying to fix, or we are searching for that breakthrough in wealth, where we are trying to have a breakthrough in wealth and manifest the wealth that we want to have, a comfortable and luxurious lifestyle. Or for many of us, that breakthrough might be in ourselves, in spiritual means, in finding more and more depth and manifesting more and more extraordinary powers. And that is also a type of breakthrough that you might be seeking. Now, for each and every one of you, this is the program that you can manifest the breakthrough that you want in your life, whatever it might be. The lasting transformation that breaks through all of the baggage that you've been carrying for not just for 2 years or even just this lifetime. It is the baggage that you've been carrying for lifetimes, from birth after birth, across birth. This is that baggage that you might be carrying, and which now simply you can drop and surrender and ultimately have the ultimate experience, Paramashivoham, at the feet of the divine. So welcome to this beautiful experience. You will be understanding the various different cosmic principles of Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother, and you will also be learning, imbibing the different powerful cognitions which Devi Parashakti embodies, and how to manifest that in your life, and how you can literally manifest, apply that in your lives and make it happen in your reality. Devi Parashakti is the embodiment of all compassion, and she is manifesting through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And out of her love and compassion, she is answering our prayers and giving us our boons that we want, revealing our past, present, and future. And she is literally giving us the answers that we are seeking day in and day out, and sometimes even twice a day, coming and giving darshan and allowing us to seek refuge at her feet as we navigate our lives in these extremely dark and strenuous times. So in this program, you'll be able to simply listen to the powerful cognitions and experience the transformation inside. And through the darshan and diksha, you'll be initiated also into manifesting the extraordinary shaktis. And in the end of this program, you'll be able to actually test that for yourself and start playing with the extraordinary powers. It's going to be a beautiful experience. And just to start out, to introduce you all, the first and foremost relationship that each and every one of us have is with the mother, the biological mother. Just through the umbilical cord, we always have a relationship with the mother, even if we may not know her even today. And the first person you often relate with is the mother. Even before you have the idea of relating or the idea of a relationship, you have the beginning of a relationship with your mother. And that is why, whether it comes to your life, the universe, others around you, it always boils back down to the relationship that you have with your mother. If your relationship with your mother is strenuous and negative, then you will always see that undercurrent being reflected in all of the relationships that you have in your life. If you feel that your relationship with your mother is loving and so sweet, then you'll also see that how that is the undercurrent of all your relationships in your life. And you'll be able to understand more and more about the relationship and the Devi Parashakti herself in this program today. The Vedic rishis literally understood the science of how to manifest and use this relationship with the mother, this bhava, the feeling, emotion, or aspect, in order to gear it towards super consciousness and higher living and higher ambition. And that is what is the BHAVASAMADHI darshan. During the BHAVASAMADHI darshan, you literally are attaining the oneness with the source through the bhava of Devi, relating with the whole universe, the embodiment of the cosmos itself, in the beautiful relationship, in the bhava of the mother, the cosmic mother. That is what is the Devi BHAVASAMADHI darshan. And it is so powerful that literally it has been shown through various methods of research that 1300% increase of your energy levels is actually possible. And the research has shown that 1300 level percent mitochondrial increase was there in cells in the biology level after the Kundalini awakening by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in a 21-day program. So just one glimpse of that is what you will be able to receive today. And this also has shown to even reverse aging as well as heal many different chronic illnesses which modern day medicine is yet to catch up with. And today, during this program as well, you'll be able to ask any question directly at the feet of Devi Parashakti, and with her grace and her blessings, she will answer you and guide you personally in your life. And as well, we will be entering into the next segment, which is the extraordinary power demonstration. Before that, let us be introduced to who the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism really is and what he has contributed to the world over the last 27 years of his public mission, and the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incarnation of Paramashiva, who descended on planet Earth on the 2nd of January 1978 and was recognized immediately and even birthed by the spiritual and enlightened gurus and adepts who were profoundly experts in the field of spiritual sciences and Hinduism. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the sciences of power manifestation as well as the lifestyle, and which is temple-based, and yoga as well. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tonde Mandalam Adinam, the ancient indigenous kingdom, which was the Kailasa Shamala Pita the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagna Pita, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasa Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, or the Madurai Adinam, as well the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is as well the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, which is a spiritual head of the oldest apex body of Hinduism, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada, which is another esteemed and respected lead and leadership position in one of the oldest governing bodies of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well is the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swaragapuram Agninam, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well is the elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of thousands of Hindu leaders from the global Hindu diaspora. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is today known all over the world for being a commentator on the Hindu scriptures such as the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, the Shiva Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Jain Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, and I can go on and on listing. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived over 100 Sarvajnapitas and authored over 300 books with in 3 languages, mainly English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, which have been further translated to 50 other languages and have been distributed across the world, enriching more than 1 billion people across the world digitally. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well has revived the 108 Hindu sampradayas or lineages, such as the Rudras and Rudrakanyas, the Rishis and Rishikas, the Bhairavas and Bhairavis, and many more. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University, which is the world's largest Hindu university with satellite campuses in more than 150 countries. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as well has today been recognized for the immense amount of work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been doing in order to eliminate violence against women by the United Nations, and as well has been recognized for the immense amount of work and the solutions that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving towards solving the COVID-19 pandemic internationally. This brings us to a conclusion of this introduction to today's program. In the next segment, we will be entering into the demonstration of extraordinary Shaktis by the Balasans of Nithyananda Gurukul. Now, let us now enter into that segment in today's program after a very quick break. Yes, we have joining with us my Yoga Prana and Ma Kaladara from the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasan, from the Nithyananda Gurukul and Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapitam, and they are Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans. So let us now enter into the demonstration of the extraordinary Shakti.
Yes, thank you so much, Maniti Sadashivoham, for that beautiful introduction to this program. So now you will be witnessing a beautiful segment, which is a segment of power manifestation, where you will be witnessing the powers of Paramashiva, the 463 plus powers of Paramashiva being manifested right in front of your eyes. So before we enter into the power manifestation segment, let us begin with a small introduction to this segment. And today you will be witnessing the 2 powers. First is the power of the third eye reading, where you will be witnessing the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul scanning and seeing through the cosmic browsing center, which is the third eye, which is located between the brows. Ma Kaladara will be reading through her third eye and will be demonstrating how she is able to see through her third eye just as she sees it with her eyes open. The next power you will be witnessing is the power of body scanning, where one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and even reveal the root causes of the problem and along with the solution. So these are the 2 extraordinary powers you will be witnessing today, and let us now learn what is the difference between the 2 types of manifesting powers, Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis are the powers which manifest from a deep feeling connection with the divine and with high integrity towards the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis manifest from intense tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis expressed through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way, and Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. I request the next slide to be projected. Let us now see who is the source of the whole universe, who is the source of all these Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism. the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the manifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating grace to all living entities. And Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva, and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation, which is the great cosmic bodiless nation. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle for enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences, and it is where the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the first time in modern day, the SPH, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before speed. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was recognized as an avatar at a very young age by the Guru Parampara, by the lineage of enlightened gurus. So you can see so many of the gurus, Mata Vivekananda Puri, Pundi Swamigal, Isakki Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal, Kanchi Paramacharya, Visadi Swamigal, Sri Tiruchi Mahaswami, Yogiraj Yogananda Puri, Tinnai Swami, Sri Sadhu Om, Anga Pradakshina Annamalai Swamigal, Srinivasa Swamigal, the 230th Guru Mahasanidhanam of the Tondai Mandala Adinam, and Jnananandagiri Swami. So you can see all these enlightened gurus were the ones who initiated and trained Swamiji to revive these sciences. So all of us can manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Okay, so Swamiji was initiated in everything. How do we manifest these powers? We are normal human beings. All of you might be having that question. Every ultimate truth, Jnana, mapped into your consciousness, Prajna, manifests as a power and a possibility of every being, Prajnana. So when that every ultimate truth, powerful cognition gets mapped into your consciousness, you manifest that powerful cognition and as a power and a possibility for all of us. So let us now see how
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now see how the science of initiation works. So now, when Swamiji initiates us, just with one mantra, Diksha or Nayana, that is when all of us get initiated into this power and start manifesting this power. So let us now see how it works and how the power of initiation is explained. I request the video to now be played.
Enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyas Tu Bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422
Yes. So that was a beautiful video which explained the science of initiation. How, when the master just gives us just through Nayana, by a look, or by a sparsha, a touch, or by a mantra, a word, how the Guru initiates the disciple into this extraordinary power. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source book. The next is the Apta Pramana, experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this science. The third is the Atma Pramana, where Swamiji, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, shares his experience, the personal experience of Swamiji of power manifestation. Last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So, where do we get all these Shastra Pramanas from? From the Vedas, which is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate pure authorities for Hindus. They are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate eternal unchangeable truths. And any reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called a Shastra Pramana. So, without further delay, let us get ready to witness this extraordinary demonstration of the power of third eye. Along with me, I have an extraordinary power manifestor, a Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Manitya Kaladharananda, who is 15 years old, and she is going to be demonstrating this demonstration of the power of third eye, where she will be reading with her eyes blindfolded in front of all of you. Before that, let us enter into the Shastra Pramana, which is the scriptural reference from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 34. Kapalantarvanonyasa Tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena Manasodaryat Lakshaye Lakshyamuttamam. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. And in the 11th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna beautifully narrates the complete cosmic form of Bhagavan Shri Krishna as he sees it through his third eye. So let us see how Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the 11th chapter, verse 3. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. So beautiful. How just as Bhagavan Krishna initiated Arjuna into the power of third eye, Swamiji has initiated the Balasins into the power of third eye, and the Balasins in this day, in this modern day, are able to manifest this extraordinary Shakti. So let us now move on to the Atma Pramana, where His Divine Holiness Swamiji himself has shared his experience of how he was able to manifest this extraordinary.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything just became so alive. The idea, something is inside,
Yes, with that beautiful sharing from Swamiji himself, let us now move on to the Pratyaksha Pramana. So the study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative state of the third eye using the positron emission tomography, the PET. So when Swamiji is doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located, and when Swamiji is in the deep state of Samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So without further delay, let us get ready to witness this extraordinary Sakshi Pramana. How Ma Kaladra is able to manifest this power of third eye, let us witness. Now, I request all of you to go ahead and start posting your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and we will also be reading comments from the Kailasa's SPH JDM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. So I request the slides to stop being shared now. Along with me, I have a medically certified IBAN. In front is a complete opaque sheet, whereas behind is a thick sponge. You can see that there is no gap between the sponge and the opaque sheet. There is no light entering into the IBAN. You can see all sides. And there is a strap which comfortably straps the IBAN to Ma Kaladra's head. This is the IBAN which we'll be placing on Ma Kaladra's eyes, and it is a medically certified IBAN tested by one of the top 10 hospitals of India, and it is completely proven that just even with your eyes open inside this IBAN, there is no possible way of light entering. And you can see Ma Kaladra has no wires on her. I request you to turn to the right, left, up, down. So she has no mic, no wires, nothing with her, and this is a completely foolproof power. So you can see again, I'm showing the IBAN up close. Yes. Now I'm opening the strap in front of all of you and placing the IBAN on her neck. Kaladra, are you comfortable?
Could you adjust the IBAN to the middle of my own hand?
Now are you comfortable?
Yes.
Yes. So I request you to turn to your right. So you can see there's no gap, no wires, no nothing. Left, up. And you can, all of you can see how there's no gap between the IBAN, Ma Kaladra's nose and her eyes. There's no gap at all. The sponge is completely covering. Even if she opens her eyes inside the IBAN, she will not be able to see. And down. So now Ma Kaladra is going to start manifesting this power. I request all of you to please go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. I request all of you to be patient with us. We're opening the YouTube comments. Meanwhile, Ma Kaladra, why don't you go ahead and share what you're seeing right now? Are you able to see what is happening in front of you? Are you able to see how you see with your eyes open? What are you seeing?
I'm seeing this. Currently, I'm seeing the screen like how I would see with my two eyes. So the comments are being projected. Not yet. There is no comment yet. Only the YouTube. Only the YouTube logo. And
Ma Kaladra, I request you to speak a little more louder and bolder.
yes. So now what is being projected right in front of me is Facebook page, Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam page, and photos are there. 9 pictures are there. First one is Devi Arulva picture. Second picture which is being shown is one old man's picture, old Tata's picture. It is in a like it is made into a frame kind of thing. And the next picture has 3 of Devi Arulva picture with under it says Parashakti Akashik reading, and then it's Swami Satsang picture, and then it is again Swami Satsang picture, all 3. The first 3 is Swami smiling, only his head till here it's shown. The second picture is fully shown Swami sitting like this with the both Alavatams at the back, one which has Chandra and Surya. The next picture has Swami showing like this with his with the Ganga with the fish, silver fish which is kept on Swami's head being shown. And then the other, and now the comment is projected. So the latest comment is from Anil Kumar Andhra, has posted a clapping emoji with 3 sound coming.
Beautiful. Amazing. How Ma Kaladara was able to see the details of the picture, was able to see which picture. Okay, there are three Devi pictures here, and Swamiji is sitting like this with his hand on his knee. And how she is able to be the emojis, comments, pictures, everything she was able to see. Amazing. And she actually shared in the starting that she was able to see everything happening in front of her as she sees it with her eyes open. It's very beautiful. Why don't you go ahead and read a few more comments?
Yes. FLORBNCE top has posted Nithyananda with the summer emoji. In middle it is dark pink. Outside it's like very light pink. And the next comment is also from the same person. FLORENCE top has posted CHUTLES BRRIERE.
Beautiful. That was actually in another language. I think it's in it's in French, and it was actually in another language, and it was in English letters. And Ma Kaladara was able to see that and read through her third eye. Amazing. Very beautiful. That was an amazing demonstration of the power of third eye. Now, all of you saw how Ma Kaladara read with her eyes blindfolded, and how she was able to read just with one initiation. Have you been doing 50 years of tapas, Ma Kaladara?
No.
Okay, no penance, no nothing. Just one touch, one initiation from Swamiji, and she is able to manifest this power. Don't think it's only possible for her. All of you can also manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. Just stay tuned for the upcoming guided power manifestation session after the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, and then all of you will also be able to manifest this power. Now I'm going to be removing the icon of Ma Kaladara, and you can see it is the same. There's no difference. And yes, that was a very beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye by Ma Kaladara. But we are not done yet. Stay tuned for the upcoming power, which is the power of body scanning, being manifested by the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis of Kailasa. So now we'll be entering into the Shastra Pramana, which is also from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Sutra 54. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam vyatvante vyadyate para. Bhagavan
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem.
Yes. So sorry for the technical glitch. We're back with the Balasins and the Nithyananda Yogis, Manitya Mahavidyananda, Ma Soni, and Manitya Brahmayogananda, who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. So now I request the YouTube comments to be projected, and all of you can go ahead, post your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the Kailasa's SPH JDM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel, and Ma Brahmayoga, Ma Soni, and Ma Mahavidya are going to be doing the live body scanning for all of you. Yes, we're seeing a lot of comments on the Facebook Kailasa's SPH Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. I request all of you to please post your comments. I request everyone, whoever wants a body scanning, whoever is requesting for a body scanning, can go ahead and post your comments in the Kailasa's SPH Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page or the SPH Kailasa's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and we will be reading out your comments and doing a live body scanning for all of you. Please go ahead, feel free, post your comments. Yes. So due to a few technical glitches we are facing, we are going to be concluding this power manifestation segment now. We complete for all the inconvenience which is caused, and anyone who would like a body scanning, please get your family members and friends and come back tomorrow, as the Balasins and the Nityananda Yogis will definitely be coming back tomorrow at 4 a.m., 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST, and you can get a live body scanning done by them tomorrow also and every day at these timings. So we'll be concluding this session now. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments, where you will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, what are the Akashic readings, and much more. We thank all of you for joining us. We complete for the inconvenience. Thank you, Nithyanandan.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. all powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet spiritual. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. Whichever corner of the world you may be, I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible. And Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can...
Good evening, everyone. So now we'll be moving to the next segment where we will be learning about divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti. So we will be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranamam. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamukhi mapina vakshoruham panibhyam alipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam vipratim saumyam ratnagadasta rakta charanam dhyayet paramambika. And the translation for this verse says, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with meat, and the other twirling a red lotus. And then the next verse from the Lalita Sahasranam, Arunam Karunam Tarangatakshim Dritapashankusha Pushpabana Chapam Animati Viravritam Ayukai Rahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavani. And this translation says, I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color. Her eyes are full of compassion. She holds a noose, the put, the bow, and the flowery arrows in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for race, and she is the self within me. Yes, we can go to the next slide. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure divine feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother, and it is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, racing as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Shrimkara, filled as Parashorasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swami, who is in Kailasa Shri Parachintamani, Parashorasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi,
As Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And again, in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she beautifully says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as in eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom into true good. Parashodasi Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And how can you receive Devi Parashakti? So literally you are seeing Paramashivan Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So always receive a very traditionally. You can keep two betel leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who don't know, a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value, it can be even just a paise, and in the US it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize, just keep even a cent is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it'll add up to $1. In India, even one paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can eat the banana, the betel leaf, and betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the LA temple for the further procedures and further procedures. And many of you might be wondering how is betel leaf and betel nut may benefit you. Swamiji says this betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle, and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam. You can set up the betel leaf, the betel nut, the banana, and the coins on a plate. These are the four main items which is kept as part of a tambulam. But if you would like, you can even keep some flowers, a coconut, red bangles, kumkum, and other items. But the four basic items is these four items. So you can keep it in a plate and keep it in front of Devi Parashakti as you watch the darshan. And with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment. And we will be moving on to the further segment, to the next segment, where we will be seeing what Devi Parashakti has revealed for humanity and how it is necessary for us to follow. So please stay tuned. We'll be back after a really short break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any, but by evolution. And setting model community. Enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet. thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved Hinduism by Shati Rakshitaha.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti. Over the past several months, Devi has been guiding us, blessing us, and answering all of our prayers. She's been protecting us through this pandemic and making us understand what exactly is happening. So Devi has recently revealed the sacred secrets of Hindu birth. So let us watch that video and understand what the revelations by Devi are.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So let us understand Devi's revelation translated into English. Listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam, like this in 4 types of birth, in 84 lakh yonis. In all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is human birth. Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama. And those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have Hindu dharma yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu dharma yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is Uttamam, the best. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this Uttamottama birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma. And also, they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility. After coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all their souls. Understand carefully. I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma, even by giving their life. After getting the body because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them to the list of those who are not worthy of living. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly. For those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Virasvarga and Kailasa Padavi. For any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility. Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly all those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth. All of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet. So let us understand, as they revealed, what is the responsibility of Hindus and why we need a Hindu nation. Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework network model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, nonviolence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every being. The Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and its great gifts shared with the world. Let us look at some of the references of Hindu nations from our Hindu scripture. The Hindu nation ruled by Rama, Bhagavan Rama, was the Rama Rajya, and that was described in the Valmiki Ramayana. There were no widows to lament, nor was there any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill one another. And the description continues. People survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free of illness and grief. The trees were bearing flowers and fruits regularly without any injury from pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste was performing their duties, satisfied with their own work and bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without without telling lies. All the people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue. You can see the prosperity that the Ramarajya, the people of Ramarajya, experienced during Bhagwan Rama's rule. And the Hastinapur kingdom, ruled by Yudhishthira, was described in Srimad Mahabharata. The Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. World became free of all diseases. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood. There was abundance all around. There were no worldly worries left for anyone, and there was no cause for fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than in the heavens. Again, you can see the prosperity and happiness that everyone in the Hastinapur kingdom experienced. And this was the trademark of every Hindu kingdom at the time, how each Hindu kingdom ruled by Hindu principles was always prospering, and was always, the people of the kingdom were always living with so much of abundance and happiness. And the Hindu nations contributed so much to humanity in nearly every field, including enlightenment, health, medicine, art, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social systems, judicial systems, political systems, legal systems, and many more. So how were our Hindu nations destroyed? So the first phase of the destruction of our Hindu civilization was the Islamic invasion during 800 to 1700 AD, and this was the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. And Will Durant, a famous historian, has described the Mohammedan conquest of India was perhaps the most brutal story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, abduction of Hindu women and children, and to slave markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the warriors of Islam during 800 to 1700 AD. Millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword during this period, and millions more were raped and murdered and dismembered. And the Islamic law has prescribed for Hindus during Khilji's rule. Hindus are like mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must, with greatest humility, offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for that purpose. God created Hindus to be slaves for Mohammedans. The Prophet had ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their land confiscated. To keep Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty, because the Hindus are the inveterate enemy of the Prophet. You can see that the Islamic invasion was one of the most barbaric and brutal conquests in history, and how brutally savage they were towards the Hindus. During this time, nearly 200 million Hindus died due to Islamic invaders, and over 100,000 temples were destroyed, and over 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed. And the conquest was described The conquering armies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flagged them with thongs of hide, carried a moving prison with them, and converted the prisoners into obsequious Turks. And the phase two was the British occupation. This was the economic and psychological destruction of the Hindu civilization. And Will Durant again describes, I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that the exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. And during this time, during the British occupation, the British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so that they would become slaves in their own homeland. And this included discriminatory laws against Hindus to make them feel inferior, engineered famines to starve them into submission, annexing the Hindu, abolishing Hindu rule, mistranslating Hindu scriptures, destroying the indigenous Gurukul system, and banning Hindus from owning or producing firearms, and destroying local industries and forcing importation of British goods. And during the British occupation, $45 trillion was looted from India, and 45 million Hindus died because of artificial famines and imposed poverty by the British rule. And 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. Sajid Tharoor has described that the British came to one of the richest nations, and over the course of 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction, reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. And the phase three of the destruction of the Hindu civilization was the secular India, which was after independence from 1947 till current day. And this has been ruled by brown faces, British attitudes and policies towards Hindus. And Nehru has described what a disgusting, savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? In India can never be a Hindu republic. And the first law minister of India and the principal architect of the Indian Constitution has described, if Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. You can see that leaders of the free nation of India were completely against Hinduism and had the most negative perspective of Hinduism and Hinduism itself. And the modern Indian legal system, academia, and media all systematically undermine, suppress, and delegitimize Hindu institutions and culture. And this included many aspects of discrimination, which included discriminatory laws against Hindus and forcing taxation of Hindu institutions and temples, whereas many other religions did not have any interference from the government. And this was just a small portion of what the Hindus had to undergo during this secular India, and are still undergoing during secular India. Despite it being secular, the attitude and ecosystem is completely anti-Hindu. We can move to the next slide, please. And media narratives were also used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus. You can see some of the examples of how Hindus were portrayed in the media as jokers, as sex fiends, and completely disrespecting the Hindu gods and goddesses. So why do we need to revive our Hindu nation? What can we do to revive our Hindu nation? So the Supreme Council of Hinduism has described the vision for the Hindu civilization, and he has stated during the time of Mahabharata, we Hindus had 56 deshas, 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas. In all 56, we Hindus are persecuted. Now we have lost all 56. The last one to fall was Nepal. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on the Vedagamic principles as a refuge for all practicing and aspiring Hindus, as a safe haven for all the persecuted Hindus. And what is Kailasa? The revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is for reviving the whole life of enlightened civilization and all the great things it has to offer to the world, bringing legitimacy to all offerings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and sharing it with the whole world is the purpose of Kailasa, the Hindu nation. And Kailasa is the revival of the cosmic constitution and is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived as per Paramashiva revealed in the Vedagamas and the Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures. Hinduism represents the most persecuted civilization. Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may only hear about through textbooks. And what can we do to stand up for the Hindu civilization and all that it has offered to the world? Hinduism is a political orphan right now. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is nearly impossible without a national identity. So what can we do to save Hinduism? Let us reclaim our Hindu identity. First, we need to understand that if we are Hindus and we are healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectable, have a stable family life, and the best mental health, then Hinduism is responsible. Hindu identity is responsible. Our Hindu scriptures are responsible. It is the Hindu scriptures which gave us the best mental setup, all the best things we have. We Hindus are have to attribute them to our Hindu scriptures. And Hindus are the richest and most successful ethnic community in the world. Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters are responsible for this. Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. And here you can just see a report in the Hindustan Times, which shows that Hindus are the most educated religious group in the US. And this was reported by a few studies. Let us reclaim our Hindu identity. It is not just the anti-Hindu elements being active. It is the responsible Hindus being inactive, which is responsible for this whole destruction of Hinduism. Let us now take responsibility for Hinduism and let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity. What is the responsibility of Hindus? Devi has described that it is the responsibility of Hindus to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again and give all of the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. The revival of the enlightened civilization, the Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity. And this, as Devi has described, was the reason that we were given the Uttamottama birth of Hindu birth. So this is an invitation to all of the Hindus, the born Hindus, the practicing Hindus, those who are sympathetic towards Hinduism, those who are curious about Hinduism, and those who want to explore and enjoy Hinduism. Please come and be a part of the revival. You can sign up today to become an e-citizen and avail all of the benefits of being a Hindu, of being a part of Kailasa by visiting kailasa.org and sign up to be an e-citizen today. Now, let us watch what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has revealed about the Hindu nation and why we need a Hindu nation, why we need Kailasa. Let us watch that video now.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music. In every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world, empowering, enlightening, enriching the world, contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity. Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. Collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism. I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all the scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing these whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than 1 cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world, understand. I am only interested if we can decode all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. Kailasa is all about university, to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution, contribution, contribution.
Nithyananda, now understand that after what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revealed about why Kailasa, and it is literally the only way that each and every one of us can manifest the lifestyle that we want, the life that we want, and ultimately be able to have the super conscious breakthrough that we have been yearning for. Whatever it is, the breakthrough in any aspect of your life, whether it is wealth, whether it is health or relationships, whatever it is, you will see that just through achieving this, you will be able to make that happen in your life. And the only way that we can assure that we achieve this superconscious breakthrough is through a nation. Kailasa is that courageous effort in order to make the superconscious breakthrough happen in the whole of humanity. Now, let us enter into the next segment of today's program on the offerings to Devi Parashakti, the various offerings that we can make as an ode and a tribute, as our gratitude and pure love to Devi Parashakti. Now, in the Hindu tradition, every single Hindu knows that for our birthdays and for our anniversaries, as well as when we are starting a new venture, we're starting a new business, or when we're starting school for the first time, or as well when we're starting, when we are even buying a new car or buying a new home, every single thing starts with our love for the gods and goddesses. We offer our gratitude for them being a part of our lives. We offer our gratitude for them literally manifesting in our lives, and then we request them to please continue their guidance in our lives, and please continue their protection in our lives. That is one of the significances of the offerings, and making the gods and goddesses a part of our lives, practicing the presence of God and living the science of enlightenment. That is the beautiful context behind each and every one of these offerings and these ritualistic sevas. You will see that offerings are a divine gift of pure love, oneness, and devotion. And it also is not just giving, but also the divine accepting it. You will see that literally in some way or form, how it manifests in your life, not just in the way that you asked and you sought after, but in some way that is much more than that. Now, before entering into this segment today, let us begin with the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti. This is the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Manonmani, who is the very embodiment of the Divine Cosmic Mother, who is seated in the lap of Paramashivoham. So let us now chant the shloka. Indu nivabeda karavahni nayanam syat pankajavaraabhaya japaksha angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tunga mukutojvala manonmani swarupam. Yes, and the next slide, please. Let's go on to the English translation. It says, moon-like face, holding the Vedas on hand and fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments. In wonderful clothes and shining bright crown, her name is Manonmani. Let's go on to the next Dhyana Shloka. Understand that each and every one of these Dhyana Shlokas is literally invoking the presence of Devi Parashakti and describing her most splendid form, most beautiful form, which literally invokes that visualization of Devi Parashakti inside of us. Yes, let us now chant the next Dhyana Shloka. ध्याये देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तं ददानां सव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मनीं प्रतिदिनं कामात्रधात्रीं शुभाम्. And the English translation. Literally here it means Dhyaye Devim Trinetram, means I meditate on Devi with three hands, with the moon and holding the Vedas, lotus engracing blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing the beautiful ornaments, and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and worship and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Yes. Now, let us enter into, having thus invoked the divine presence of Devi Parashakti herself, let's now enter into the significance of the divine element gold. In the Vedic scriptures, there is actually so many divine properties associated with gold. And in our day and age, we place a lot of value in gold. However, it is not the pure sacred qualities of gold that actually we once valued with gold at one time. We often, in our society, we always give gold trophies. We always place value in our relationships with gold gifts. However, never do we really understand the sacred properties of gold. Gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees and operates in its vicinity. And in the Hindu civilization, in all of the scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, Smritis, the Itihasas, and Puranas, gold is present and referred to. In all the scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold and exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks, and when one was to be saved from a life-threatening disease, they would offer the gold as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, and the streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows, which all lived in coexistence and were even worshipped for their to be divine, they were also dressed and adorned in gold. Yes. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold, and the Indus River, or the Hiranyamaya, was in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. The gold is such a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere, and temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold, and because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it literally lasts forever. Yes, let's go on to the next slide. Now, let us enter into the different offerings that we have available for each and every one of you today, beginning with the E-Hundi offering. The E-Hundi offering is an offering, it's a general donation. It's one of the minimal amounts that you can even offer. You can offer even $1 or a couple of rupees if you would like to. And this is an offering where you're just offering how much ever you'd like to. And this is the form of true devotion where you're just offering whatever you want at the feet of Devi Parashakti. And this is also referred in Devi Lalita Sahasranamam, where she is described as Bhakti Priya. And let me now chant that verse first. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashyabhaya Paha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. The English translation says, Devi is fond of true devotion, and she is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. So, of course, if there is any fear in your side, in your mind, you will be able to simply drop that, surrender it at the feet of Devi Parashakti, and simply she will remove all of those fears. And Devi is also known to be worshipped in autumn, and it's not the seasonal autumn that comes every year, but in the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts are turning more and more inwards and we're becoming more introspective, we're questioning our purpose in our life, whatever it is, we start to become more and more conscious of ourselves, of our purpose, of our lives. And it's at that time that the role of the divine is known and more understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. So it's at this time, especially, many of us are going through this autumn of our lives right now, especially perhaps even experienced some loss in our lives, or we have seen so much of chaos, social upheaval, and so much of the failures of institutions that is not grounding us into our lives, that is shaking in the dynamics of every single part of our lives that's going on right now. So because of that, we might feel unstable. We might feel that there's nothing for sure clear in our lives, and we feel that everything is up in the air. But understand that the only thing that is there is the grace of the divine, and Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting in order for you to understand that and feel that today. So you can make this EHD offering. Again, it's a general donation, and it can also be made through the payment links, or it can be made through the payment on the YouTube Super Chat, another option for each and every one of you. The next offering we have is the Sankalpa chanting. And the Sankalpa chanting is a conscious resolution that is chanted. This is a general offering that can be made, and not just for Devi Parashakti, but in general as well towards the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. For any deity, for your Ishta Devata, this Sankalpa can be offered for them to manifest in your life. And the Sankalpa has so many beautiful meanings, and embedded within its lines, in the sacred lines of this chant, have the blessings for going beyond all of the fear, greed, and lust patterns, all obstacles that are removing you from the space of Kailasa, the space of Paramashivoham, and as well being able to manifest the oneness, manifest all the powers, being able to have the divine qualities as well. All of these are the different prayers that we are invoking, and we are deeply requesting the divine to grace us with in this Sankalpa mantra. So in the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, there's a verse, and I'll just be reading out the translation here. It says, "The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense." So as you can see, without asking any or having any conditions, or without having any vested interest, Devi Parashakti showers her blessings on us. Yes. And the next offering we have is the Sahasranama Swarnakastu. And this offering is referenced from the Lalita Sahasranamam, verse 731, where Devi Parashakti is described as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is an offering of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. You can offer a gold coin inscribed with each and every one of these names of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and receive the blessings to manifest each and every one of these Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all these divine qualities of Devi Parashakti in your life. Yes, let's go on. Yes. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti, and Devi Parashakti in the form of Devi Meenakshi is described as being Mukta Harana, being adorned with all the pearls in the Meenakshi Pancharatnam. And I'll now chant that verse. Yes. Mukta Harana Lasa Kirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Shinjannu Purikinkini Manidaram Padma Prabhabasuram Sarvavrita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidim. And the English translation says, "I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown of garlands of pearls and face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Such a beautiful verse. And the pearl actually is associated with Devi Meenakshi, as she is the very embodiment of compassion. And the pearl is also a symbol of compassion as well. So you can offer this beautiful Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl, and you can offer it as well, and literally be blessed with all of the compassion of Devi Parashakti being showered upon you in all of your business endeavors and all of your ambition in your life. Yes, let's go on to the next. Yes, let's go on to the next offering. The next offering we have is a Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And in the Kamikagama, it actually says all the kalasas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth, and they should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. And actually, there's hundreds of scriptural references for the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. And everything, almost everything, even the mudras and asanas used during the worship always have some association with the lotus. And even during the offerings, not just the lotus flower, but also the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. Everything has a significance and is used during the offerings. And this is because lotus is considered as a divine flower. In any different situation or different kind of environment that it is, the lotus has and retains its divine qualities. And that is actually what is considered as divine. The very nature of the lotus being able to be so elegant and so beautiful, no matter what kind of background or no matter what kind of adverse situation it is put in. And that is even the quality of Devi Parashakti, which is highly revered and which she embodies. So you can offer this golden lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti like the divine lotus, and be able to radiate that elegance and radiance and resilience in every adverse situation of your life. Yes, let's now go on to the next offering. The next offering is the Swarna Metti, and that is the gold toe ring. In popular culture today, the toe ring has become very fashionable. However, the root of this custom, this tradition of wearing the toe ring is actually from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And it goes back to Devi Parashakti herself being adorned with the toe ring. And that goes back to this very verse from the Saundarya Lahari. And I'll just be chanting that verse briefly. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna Pradadvaya pravajala parakrita saroruham. And the English translation says, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Yes, let's go on to the next slide. So this Swarna Metti can be offered, and as you can see, literally Devi Parashakti's toenails have the power and grace to be able to remove all the darkness, all of the ignorance from your life, and place you in the constant gratitude. So just for her grace, we adorn her toenails and we worship her feet. So in that way, you can offer this Swarna Metti and offer the toe ring to Devi Parashakti and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of your life. Yes, let's go on to the next slide. The next offering is this Swarna Mantika. Again, another very precious pure gold piece of jewelry. And in again, she is Devi Parashakti is referenced as the Shuddha Sarabi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow from all of our nerves from the Sahasrara. and she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangtika represents that nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And for those of you who don't know, the Sahasrara Chakra is the 1,000-petaled lotus chakra, the energy center at the crown of our head. And this beautiful verse describes how Devi Parashakti literally has the 1,000-petaled lotus open, and she is literally described as being the one who gives us that very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So you can offer this Swarna Mangtika and be in the complete completion and have that overflowing gratitude as well, and be blessed to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti. Yes, let's go on to the next offering. The next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And here you're not just offering to Devi Parashakti, but also the very form of the Guru himself. And there's numerous scriptures, whatever it is, the Guru Paduka Stotram or the Guru Gita, that speaks about the values of the Guru Tattva, the principle of the Guru. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has described his beautiful Guru-disciple relationship with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, and has initiated millions of us disciples across the world into manifesting this beautiful relationship, which can literally transcend us to the ultimate. So you can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja. This offering many times is offered once or twice a year by the Kailasians, and you can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja and receive all the auspiciousness and blessings of the Yajama for the Yajaman of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next offering is the Vastra Seva. The Vastra Seva is the sacred adornment or the sacred cloth which is offered as well to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You'll again also be blessed with all the auspiciousness in your life with this offering. Yes. So now this brings us to a conclusion to the array of offerings that we have available. And in the next slide, you'll be able to see a summary of all of the offerings. And as you can see, all of these offerings have a very value, each have so much of value, sacred context, and are ultimately the way that you can manifest oneness with Paramashiva and Parashakti, literally experiencing Paramashivoham. And as you can see, from the Igundi offering until the end, until the Vastra Seva, we have so many various levels, different offerings and options that you have. You never need to feel insufficient in any way or unable to make an offering if you want to. You can make an offering and you can experience this extremely beautiful grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti today. Yes. Now let's go on to the next slide. Yes. So as you can see, we have a 3-stage step where this is the pre-payment process, the payment process, as well as the post-payment process. So the first stage, if you are interested in making this offering, before you are even ready to make the payment yet, perhaps you're just interested and one of these offerings has piqued your interest, has made you, spark that yearning inside of you in order to make one of these offerings and be able to adorn the goddess herself, Devi Parashakti, with these offerings. You can make the intention form at tiny.cc/BHAVASAMADHI. You can fill out this intention form and you can ensure that you are make sure that you are filling this out, and you will be making the sankalpa, the conscious resolution to make an offering today. So, and the next options you have here is if you are ready for the payment, you can make the payment at tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. In this link, you will be able to see the various different offerings that are available. You can select that. And then there's this just a few clicks and you can fill out your payment information and then make your payment. It's a very easy process, and many of us are used to online shopping. It's very much like that. So you can go ahead and make your payment in that same way. Finally, if you would like to, if you have already made your payment, once you are done with the payment, make sure that you have submitted your details for the puja. And that is your names and the names of the people on behalf of whom you're offering this puja. And this is very important last step. It ensures that your names are chanted during the puja. So you can go to tiny.cc/sankalpa2021 and ensure that you are making this form as well. So now this brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. And now we will be able to move on to the next segment in today's program, where we will be joined by the representatives from Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, and they will be guiding us on the latest updates of the multi-layer quarantine center in Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, the Kailasa COVID care centers in India that are being administered, being made available for the whole humanity. Taking us through how exactly also the UN has recognized this as a very valid way of addressing the global pandemic right now. So we have joining us as Ma Dayami Swami. Thank you, Ma, for joining us. And we'll be
Thank you, Ma Sadashivapriya. Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back. For this segment of this program, Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during the COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now, so we are going to see in this segment, Devi Parashakti reveal the mental status of the COVID-19 pandemic due to that across the world, how the people are suffering and what needs to be done, following the doing the yoga, following the spiritual practices, and what Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed of these in detail descriptions, and how he established the temple ecosystems across the world, which has become the Kailasa's de facto embassies to protect each one of you from this pandemic, which is resulting in health, joy, and bliss. Not only you are protected from this corona, but you growing and happily with health, bliss, and joy, and much more. Let us understand more about some of the statistics, what Devi revealed recently on June 5th, 2021, and across the world. The reports are confirming the same, and how the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies are successfully addressing this issue. And the greatest news is now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism efforts and about this COVID-19 and multilateralism published in the United Nations the website, and highly recommends and recognizes. And so let us see this in more details. The revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti on June 5th, 2021. Devi revealed that not only people dying in crores, financial and mental retardness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this is suffering of this whole pralaya is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. Oh, people, do the job of saving your life as the first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for the others because of pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, getting shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death. Economic crisis and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards living enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva, Paramparul, doing yoga and tapas, doing seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva and live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam, and yoga will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa for all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness and prosperity, jnanam and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am the Samaya Purattu Kannatal who comes and helps at the right time. So these are the revelations about the mental health Devi revealed on 5th June 2021. And media articles confirming the same on 6th June 2021. According to the psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by the COVID-19 patients, according to a new study, the neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19, even in more mild cases. The revelations on the mental health by Devi on 5th June and media articles BMC Psychology confirming the same on 8th June 2021, which is impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of US college students. The results indicate that the students closer to graduating faced increases in anxiety, which is 60.8%, feeling of loneliness, which is 54.1%, and depression, which is 59.8%. Many reported worries for the health of loved ones. The most impacted their mental health status, which is the 20%. And they need to take care of the family most affected current and future plans, which is 31.8%. Almost one half of students took to exercising and other remedies. The revelations of the Devi on the mental health on June 5th, and the researchers confirming the same on 10th June 2021. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students continue to soar, the researchers say. The researchers at the Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years, say stress levels are at their highest. The Dartmouth College researchers began tracking 217 students when they entered the school at freshmen in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave. They have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, the rates of depression and anxiety have soared. and have showed no signs of calming down, said Andrew Campbell, a researcher and a computer science professor. Now, the psychology today on coronavirus, the psychological trauma and PTSD event. How this pandemic will result in trauma responses. Much has been said about the mental health crisis that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on the all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed is the psychologically traumatic nature of what our nation, our world, and is experiencing. The increased prevalence of the post-traumatic stress disorder is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of the global post-traumatic stress disorder PTSD therapeutics market over the period of assessment. The market is expected to grow by 2027, 11.9%. The CNN on coronavirus pandemic's impact on global mental health is already extremely concerning. The United Nations says the CNN, there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among the healthcare workers and children. According to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization Director General Tedros Adhanom said in recent news release. It is now crystal clear that mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros added in a news release to CNN. How to address these mental issues? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed so many of his public satsangs, and Devi Parashakti also revealed do yoga and do serve the Paramashiva, do the spiritual practices. Now, how the yoga helps us, let's understand. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well-being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance, centeredness, empowerment, self-esteem, compassion, self-awareness, and hope. Yoga can help us to manage stress and self-regulate, an important tool in the current time. We are all equipped with the innate coping strategies for responding to stress, but sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, the body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to rest and relax. Yoga can help bring our parasympathetic response back online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a more restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep, mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self-regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self-care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other interventions, but with benefits for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of traditional treatment approaches. Psychology Today in the articles, when we actively choose a tool of self-care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well-being, even in these challenging times. And next, spirituality benefits mental health. Researchers show that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. Spirituality can perhaps help you connect with your divine self. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well-being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. Now, revelations to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam on 22nd May 2021. He revealed that Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive, life alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a guru walk. Make your body consciously strong. Gym will build muscles, make you look very nice in the outside, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make your body conscious. Just see all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. Years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back I trained the whole Kailasa. First, the devotees in their own homes. Second, the Kailasa Vasians inside the Sangha, physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously for quarantine lifestyle. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place. Doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong. Taking bilwa leaf, neem juice, tulsi, haritaki, triphala churna, Ayurvedic lifestyle of less food and more energy, more activism. I only told it is for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself. Build your body. Don't bother about your business or any other profit and anything else. This year, if you are alive, that is the greatest profit. Now, let us see what Devi revealed, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed, has been consistently emphasizing the importance of doing yoga, doing the spiritual practices and quarantine lifestyle, and successfully the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been successfully implemented in his de facto spiritual embassies across the world, and especially in India, the it is open to one and all the Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers, and the fair amount of success has been achieved by these spiritual centers, and it is now recognized by the United Nations, and it published in his website the recognizes Kailasa's report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. You can see the screenshot from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page. You can see some more screenshot of this detailed report. You can go ahead and click on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Facebook page and click on this article and read the thorough report, including the supporting various documentation, the articles. The report published on their website, the United Nations website, https://www.ochr.org. Adi Shaivite minority tradition and the globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread the scale of and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as Delta and Delta plus Epsilon, Gamma, and such, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. Secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID-19 patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. In this report, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism multiple times said in his satsangs that, and which is published and recognized by the United Nations, that human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solutions for COVID-19 through the multilateralism that was published by the United Nations in their website, ochr.org. The previous articles, earlier reports recognized by the UN, by the Kailasa Union, are reports on the rights of indigenous women and girls, and the second report on the femicide. Now, let us see a detailed report by the Adi Shaivite minority tradition, which is also called ASMT, Hindu Community Kailas Union, which was submitted on in the month of June 2021. The introduction to this is key obstacles. First, the globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, Delta, Delta plus, Epsilon, such, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases such as black fungus are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 in such cases. Second, distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to polarizations amongst the nations and within, leading to various extremes such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places, the wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. Third, the pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption in the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affects the already most vulnerable even more. Fourth, lockdowns have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing recessions and worsening unemployment rates. Frequent lockdowns and the ongoing threats of famine, especially in the countries where employment is predominantly informal, are exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. Far more than the SDG2, the zero hunger, the number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. You can see the supporting articles here, which are part of the submission, which is published. Now, we've seen the key problems. Now, the solution suggested by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and which has been highly appreciated and recognized by the United Nations. Now, what are the solutions? Let us see. First, revised economic policies. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. Next, as per Hindu principles, the world, including the economy, evolves through 5 phases. First, creation or growth. Second, sustenance or stagnation. Third, recession or revitalization. Fourth, reinvention. Fifth, breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed when best practices are applied diligently. However, during times of crisis, lead us to the 4th and 5th phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. Next is, according to the Keynesians, the increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved the economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires governments to temporarily discard trying to balance the economic interest that compromise the quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. Next is Hindu multilateralism. There is an immense inequality in the capacities of governments, the organizations, and people on 2 grounds. First is health response, second is economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, requires governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principle Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That means the entire world is my family, which is the scriptural reference from Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verse 71 to 73. You can see the supporting articles projected here on the screen. Next is provide sustainable communities livings with multi-layered quarantine. Home or self-quarantine is not a viable solution for vast majority of people for either health safety or economic reasons. In Assam, home quarantine has been reported to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths. In some places, governments have moved people out of home quarantine to COVID care centers. Other issues linked with quarantine, especially in small houses, are mental health problems, such as an increase in suicidal ideation, especially amongst the younger generation. This requires friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing. Some facilities have seen challenges related to requests for private accommodation. Empirical townships such as Araville have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Araville are not open to the public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASNT Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Araville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships, such as the ASMT Monastery, India, Bangalore, have been open to offer multi-layer quarantine as free public service with the free food and accommodation, free internet to work from home, that is monastery. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in this township with 0 reported cases of COVID infection in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has urged citizens worldwide, especially from the regions severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created, especially as home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and urged the government worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, and shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care, with absolute multi-layer quarantine until coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of virus. Now, you see the supporting documentation of this, what we presented just now, the supporting documentation. Next, educate citizens on individual pandemic management. Unlike previous pandemics, the current era provides active and real-time and visual information about fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give false hope and make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can also make people reckless, and as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. So proper education is extremely crucial as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare systems. Alcohol-related deaths have hit the record high during this pandemic, and long post-lockdown liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated as a top priority. People need to be given confidence in their life and security about their future for them and stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money. The ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, describes three kinds of economic systems and their principles. First, things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge. Second, Paramashiva recommends that no fee be charged. That is the first one. Second, for survival needs such as food and healthcare, barter and charity are recommended. Third, for all other infrastructure development works, services, and commodities, gold and conventional currency based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in the modern day recently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The World Health Organization and GISAID provided early access to data regarding the virus. That is an example of an open knowledge-based economic policy where critical data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped USA access mask and testing kits. And there was a hope that this would lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccines, which is like a barter-based model allowed in food and healthcare. Next is Hindu policies for food security. A highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations was that of the food grain banks. There were prevalent until 18th century. The elderly in villages would start food grain banks with a seed capital of grains collected by fundraising. And if any person met with a crisis such as crop failure, a food grain bank would lend him grains in exchange for an interest. Compound interest was prohibited in grain banks. So, with the debtor was expected to return with the principal grain amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on interest earned and donations. At the time of severe crisis such as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains, and if required, all such grain loans would be written off on humanitarian grounds. In Hindu temples, food is shared for fee as policy. This was the case in both ancient times and in modern times. For 27 years, every month, the Hindu ascetic community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial in ace the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit 1 billion people worldwide. Next is monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications have been used by the governments that are based on health code color systems that categorize individuals into 3 color groups based on their health status and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. Now we are seeing the supporting documentation published in this article by the United Nations. Through their privacy-related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as agile daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected diagnosed asymptomatic cases, number of deaths, and generating area-wide statistics, have played an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease. and are being considered for implementation by various countries. Now you're seeing the supporting documentation. Next is traditional medicine. Excuse me. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as living divine mother energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, that is food, medicine, etc. Through the traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing COVID-related issues. And a few years ago, a Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work-based traditional medicines. The mainstream Western medicine has chosen to characterize Ayurveda as pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led nations to consider taking defensive unilateral decisions to protect their interest. The outright rejection of the traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be revisited, especially as these medicine systems are time tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailasa Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasa's Hindu medicinal care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, Yoga, Siddha, Western medicines, and the multi-layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. You can see the supporting documentation here are projected. Now, the greatest news is Kailasa's recommendations is what we saw just now on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council. I can see the picture of the United Nations General Assembly. Kailasa's report and recommendations on an international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person requires true multilateralism, the governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions in multifarious ways, including providing sustainable community livings with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on individual pandemic management, leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money, and providing food security and traditional Hindu medicine. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations and were published a few days ago at their website www.ochr.org. Now that we know the Kailasa is through Kailasa's ecosystem, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism successfully implemented the multi-layered quarantine and protecting the people, one and all. So make use of this opportunity and save your life. Sign up and join these COVID protection centers and register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how he is reviving and the temple ecosystems and what is the significance of this. Let us understand a little bit. Revival of temple sciences and ecosystems. And across India, especially, the majority of the temples which have been functioning for ages, like thousands and thousands of years seamlessly, are now closed for an indefinite period due to the rise in the COVID pandemic. The Siddhi examples, let us see, on different states of India. Siddhi and Siddhi Vinayaka temple shut down till further orders. The Siddhi temple administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of coronavirus. The Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public. This famous temple, keeping in view of the surge of the COVID-19 cases in Odisha and also in Puri, the authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town on Sunday. Famous temple is closed for devotees since May 5th, as a statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. The next, all religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar as the city records the highest daily COVID surge. With the Odisha capital Bhubaneswar registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 new COVID-19 cases, the local municipal authorities declared the closure of all religious places such as the temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees till further orders. The Uttar Pradesh, the major Madura temples ban entry of devotees amidst the COVID-19 surge. Two major temples of Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, and the recently banned the entry of devotees in view of raising COVID-19 cases. Gujarat Somnath temple closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. In view of surge of the COVID-19 infection, the Somnath Temple Trust has announced that the temple will remain shut for devotees from April 11 for an indefinite period. On the other hand, Tamil Nadu, the South India, Chola era temple murtis beheaded. Murtis of the Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasa temple in a village in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of Kulichunga Chola II. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses the other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, Krishna, and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state a few days ago. Now, let us see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contribution towards the addressing this pandemic by reviving, implementing successfully the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. Now let us understand across the world, now in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in lockdown because of the risk of the widespread corona disease, we have seen some of these examples across the states of India. The famous temples are shut down. The devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshans of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. Yet, all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all these ancient traditions to the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, let us understand the signs, the why we deity worship with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in his own words. Let's understand. Deities are not mere idols, they are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols, we worship the ideals represented through the idols. When the divine is present before him in a form that he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, The deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightenment beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in, that is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, the Advaita Satya, the truth of oneness, is going to happen. The divine manifest in various auspicious qualities to save a devotee or to save the world from a destruction. For example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. Markandeya was born in such that with the parents' intense penance, when Paramashiva appeared to have a son of no good quality, but he can live 100 years, and with a highly spiritual being, but lives only 16 years. The Markandeya's parent chose a boy who lives the 16 years. But they were devastated as the Markandeya approaching age 16. By knowing this, the parents' sadness, the sorrow, the Markandeya decided to please Paramashiva and remove the parents' sorrow. So he intensely prayed Paramashiva. So on the day of his death, expected death, the Lord of Death is Kala. He arrived and was about to take his life away. The Markandeya hugged the Paramashiva Linga and prayed intensely Paramashiva. Paramashiva appeared to along with the Devi and protected Markandeya from the Kala and become Kala, the Lord of Death. And that become an independent deity. As Kala, not only Paramashiva saved Markandeya from death, but also has given the boon of the immortality and told him to write the scriptures and blessed him with all the knowledge. And Markandeya gave the humanity the Mrityunjaya mantra. And the same way, Paramashiva danced in ecstasy. As a cosmic dancer, he performs the Pantya Krutyas of the creation, sustenance, the rejuvenation, and the pulling out of delusion and liberation finally. And the cosmic dancer, Paramashiva, that becomes an independent intelligence and become Nataraja. Mahavishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. So when you connect with those independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with right those divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. Join now in these COVID care production centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. I repeat, https:// Kailasa, Kailasa, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, Kailasa CARE. Now we'll see how these Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity for India during the COVID-19 as a practical solution resulting in health, joy, and bliss. How the Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies, the level of the micromanagement, the level of details are implemented in these quarantine centers, in these de facto spiritual embassies, by the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us understand more about this. Let us understand what Devi revealed in recently about the Krimi Bhojanam.
நீ சொல்லும் நபர்கள் போடும் சண்டை சச்சரவெல்லாம் எரியும் பெருநெருப்பில் இருக்கும் இரண்டு எலிகள் போடும் சண்டை போன்றது. யார் சரி யார் தவறு என்பது இப்பொழுது முக்கியம் அல்ல. உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், எல்லோரும் நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நன்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன், உண்மையைச் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இந்திய நாட்டில் இருக்கும் மக்கள் எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். கருட புராணத்தில் வியாசன் சொன்ன கிருமி போஜனம் என்னும் நரகம் திறந்து நேரடியாய் இந்தியா மீது இடிபோல் விழுகின்றது. ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு ஓடிச் சென்று வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்வது மட்டுமே ஒரே வழி. கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்று கொள்ளை நோய் கிருமி போஜனம் எனும் நரகத்தை பூமிக்கு கொண்டு வந்து விட்டது. அகோர தாண்டவத்தின் ஆட்டம் யாராலும் அடக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு ஆரம்பித்து விட்டது. புதிதாய் உருக்கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த நுண்ணுயிரி மைல்கள் கடந்தும் காற்றினில் உயிரோடு இருந்து மற்ற உயிர்களையும் அழித்து உடல்களை தின்னும் பெரும் வலிவு கொண்ட பேரசுரர்களாய் வலம் வர துவங்கி விடுகின்றது. வருமுன் காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், அது ஒன்றே வழி. அதற்காகவே ஆதி கைலாசத்தை திறந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றேன். உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டி விரும்பும் எல்லோரும் ஓடுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. இந்தியாவில்தான் இந்த நரகம் திறந்து உலகெங்கும் பரவப் போகின்றது. கிருமி போஜன நரகம் பூமிக்கு வந்துவிட்டது. மனிதர்கள் செய்த மகா கொடுமைகளினால். அன்னை முன்னின்று என் அடியவரை காப்பேன் சொல்வதை கேட்டு உயிர் காத்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புவோர் வருமுன் காப்பது ஒன்றே வழி என்று தெரிந்து செல்லுங்கள் ஆதி கையிலைக்கு. ஓம் நீ.
Now let us see the translation of this, of Devi Parashakti's Akashic readings on 31st May 2021. Everyone in India, all of you listen. the hell of Krimi Bhojanam that was mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and protection from it is the only way. Deadly corona life-taking disease has brought the hell known as Krimi Bhojanam to earth. The dance of Aghora Tandava, which no one could control, has started. This microorganism that has formed will be alive in air for miles together. Destroying other souls, it will eat bodies. It has started roaming as the great demons with tremendous strength. Understand properly, prevention is the only way. For that, I have opened Adi Kailasa for those who want to save their lives. All of you run to Adi Kailasa. Only in India, this hell is going to open and is going to spread to the whole world. This Krimi Bhojanam hell has come to the earth because of the sufferings done by the humans. Mother, I will protect those who at my feet. Those who listen to me and wish to save their lives, learning that prevention is the only way, go to Adi Kailasa. The various scriptural references of the Krimi Bhojanam that Devi mentioned in the Akashic readings is Krimi Bhojana is one of the 28 hells described in Hindu scriptures, where people are sent to suffer in a pit to be eaten up by the worms. In Garuda Purana, one of the chapter, Cosmogony of Hell and the Nether Regions, the Devi Bhagavata Purana, chapter 21 on the narrative of hells, chapter 22 on the narrative of the sins leading to hells, the Shiva Purana, chapter 16, uplift from the hell, section 5. In Skanda Purana, chapter 12, redemption from hells, chapter 2 of the merit of visiting Setu, chapter 30th, the glory of Danishkoti. The Brahma Purana, chapter 20, hell in nether regions, and chapter 106, sufferings in hell. The Padma Purana, chapter 48, section on the nether world. Now, if we some of the statistics around the world, the deaths in millions, 3 million, and the confirmed cases are in close to 140 million, and the daily death rates are about 12,744, and the other related so many current state of the world statistics you can see here. A quiet revolution has permeated global health crisis. Authorities have come to accept what many researchers have urged for over a year. The coronavirus can spread through the air. The new acceptance by the World Health Organization and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention comes with concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled, like public water supplies were in the 1800s after fetid pipes were found to harbor cholera. Cleaner indoor air won't just fight the pandemic. It will minimize the risk of catching flu and other respiratory infections that cost the US more than 50 billion a year. Researchers said in a study in the journal Science on the recently, avoiding these germs and their associated sickness and productivity losses will therefore offset the cost of upgrading ventilation and filtration in buildings. The SARS CoV2 virus can travel on very small particles that disperse quickly outdoors but can build up inside. The indoors, these particles can affect people who stay more than 6 feet away. And the hotspots of mass Americans have adopted may provide some COVID protection, but they do not render an unsafe situation safe. Though scientists have been discussing airborne transmission for months, it was only last week that the World Health Organization and the CDE made this official. With the vaccine rollout still in its early days across the world, these officials should follow up these belated admission with guidance that unvaccinated people can use to minimize their risk. Now, the Mint published that the world's most infectious disease now airborne. In a letter, what have scientists told a World Health Organization? How does the disease pass from one person to another? The story so far, recently on June 6th, 239 scientists from 32 countries put their signatures on an open letter that said COVID-19 is also transmitted via aerosols. Title, It is time to address airborne transmission of COVID-19, and addressed to the World Health Organization. They said there was enough evidence to show that viruses are released during exhalation, talking, and coughing as microdroplets small enough to remain aloft and pose a risk of exposure at distances beyond 1 to 2 meters from someone who is infected over 3 feet to 6 feet, recommended for physical distancing between people to avoid transmission. The various statistics that you see across states of India. Now, the home quarantine is not possible in India. The statement made by the Indian government. The home quarantine is prime reason for a large number of deaths in Assam. The Himanta Biswa Sharma, the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma, said that the home quarantine is one prime reason for the large number of deaths and during the second wave of COVID-19 in Assam. The death Assam witnessed the 92 deaths, which has the highest single day death in the state. Sharma said, we have seen more death cases are happening from the home isolation as several people do not have the facilities to protect themselves from corona. The Maharashtra government recently announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts, which show a higher COVID positivity rate than the state's average. The state's public health minister, Rajesh Tope, said that the decision was taken to ensure better healthcare facilities to patients in districts which are showing higher positivity rate. About 41% of the houses have just a single room, which is shared by about 5%. About 41% household in India have just one room or don't have an exclusive living room, and about 5 people share such accommodations. About 32% of the household have 2 rooms, and adding to the O's is the fact that only 47% of the household have access to water within the premises, and 42% don't have a bathing facility within the premises. In order to utilize the India's healthcare infrastructure optimally to manage the expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on 27th April signaled a change in approach from mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus to be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals or units. The government allowed home quarantine for those with mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow for self quarantine. That in India, it's easier than that. According to the census 2011, about 42% of Indian households were living in houses where an average 3 or more people were sharing a room. In the context of coronavirus, this challenge of physical distancing is greater in rural areas, about 45% of the households, than in urban areas, about 35% of households. Only one state, Kerala, is looking relatively dignified in this metric. And the all districts reporting at least 250 cases have anywhere between 34 and to 54 households, averaging 3 or more to a room. So, COVID-19 crisis, where is the space for home quarantine in cities? New Delhi, the health ministry last week said most cases of coronavirus had been asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic and had advised home isolation for such people. It is also said that 65% cases across the country were reported from the metros and big cities. However, census data suggests and experts also agree that the following ministry's guidelines on home quarantine is near impossible, particularly in urban households. The guidelines on the home quarantine say the person showing COVID-19 symptoms has to remain isolated in a well ventilated room, preferably with an attached toilet. If another family member needs to stay in the same room, it is advisable to maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between the two, it's stated. Now, when the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its door to all without exception. And these efforts have been recognized and highly appreciated by the United Nations. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals at least 6 months back, I became aware that the multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect people. If you are in India, if you want to protect your immediate family or extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately into our campuses. The various COVID protection care centers open across India are Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalam Erode, Tamil Nadu, Huzur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to help as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. The various social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. The spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across the India and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India includes medical care, which includes allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine, fire safety equipment medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, accommodation for multi-layer quarantine, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, groceries collected for Annadan, and organic farming. Join now in these Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us see some of the glimpses from Kailasa's Department of Health on COVID protection for Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham. The immunity boosters and COVID care supplements procurement allopathy immune boosters include zinconia, vitamin D, and vitamin C. Through Ayurvedic medicines, immunity boosters are being provided to protect all the residents of Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. Steaming once a day with tulsi, eucalyptus, nochi, and turmeric leaves. All these herbal leaves are taken from the healing trees here in Adi Kailasa. Twice a week, consumption of Kabasura Kundanir, a mixture of pepper, ginger, and clove, and other ingredients extensively aimed for boosting the lungs, improving the respiratory system, and treating infectious conditions such as cough, cold, and fever. The Neelavambu Kundanir to be taken once a week, Agatya Lehyam 5 days, and Talisadi Vatakam 3 to 4 tablets per day for 5 days, and Indu Ganta Kashayam and Amrutottara Kashayam both for 5 days, 1 teaspoon with 50 ml of warm water. And Sudarshana Gulika once in every 5 days, gargling with salt and turmeric twice a day, and spiritual routine Panchakriya, Haritaki, Castrile, neem juice, Pradama Vinyasa Krama, Trinetra Kumbhaka, and Puja. The basic sanitation and safety practices, which includes the disposable of soil pads, infected material, and the non-biodegradables done through incineration. The RO water systems for drinking water, cleansing and sanitization of overhead tanks, regular reweeding, maintenance and repair of electrical circuits, communication facilities for safety of the residents, compost pit filling with biodegradables. Immediately, the diagnosis and COVID care quarantine methodology includes the immediately upon arrival to the campus, occupants will be quarantined for 15 days. Swab test of RT-PCR test done on day 5th of quarantine. All hold handlers to be wearing a mask and gloves and keeping distance. Disposal of waste food to be done with gloves and mask. Disposal of gloves and mask by the incineration, and in case of an emergency, protective kits ready to hand to take a COVID positive patient to the hospital. Washing hands as often as thoroughly with soap and water or with alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid sharing any items, example dishes, drinking glasses, cups, eating utensils, towels, bedding, and other items with other residents in the Adinam. The mask protection, wear a mask at all times when and if exposed to vendors or outside people. Double layer cotton mask should be changed every day up to 24 hours and can be reused after washing with detergent and sun dried. If it gets wet by saliva, secretions, or sweat, change it and wear a dry mask. The wet mask can be stored in a sealed plastic cover and washed with the detergent and reused later. You can see the picture here. The face shield will be provided as an extra protective wear for the people at the gate, interacting with the vendors and outsiders. Use of hand sanitizer, hand washing, regular steaming, taking of preventive kashayams. The kashayam is an herbal drink. Turmeric salt water gargling and bathing with washing clothes with history of any exposure. If symptoms appear, cough, fever, difficulty in breathing, he or she should be immediately inform the medical person in charge immediately. First line of quarantine. This is the quarantine rules. People in the first line who are in contact with the vendors, area of stay confined to the outermost area where the communication with the outside is happening with the vendors, etc. Stay in a well-ventilated single room, preferably with an attached separate toilet. Persons should not come into contact with inmates of Adinam, especially elderly people, pregnant women, children, and the persons with comorbidities, which are hypertension, diabetics, heart problems, asthma, etc. Restricts his or her movement within the area room, the first line of quarantine. All parcels received at the gate to be sanitized spraying with disinfectant. These are the delivery of packages. All deliveries will be contactless delivery. Wearing of free coverings and hand gloves are mandatory if contactless delivery is not an option, or request the delivery to be left in a protected and isolated place. The outer packaging of the item or product will be disposed before it enters the adhinam. The packages will be quarantined before being delivered. All the delivery bags, boxes, containers will be thrown away after transferring the items to their respective places. The surfaces of the packages will be cleaned with a simple disinfectant and left to dry. All hands handling the packaging will be thoroughly washed with soap and water and or antibacterial solution frequently. All mail and packaged products, non-perishable, will be left outside for 24 hours before using them. Disinfectation, sodium hypochlorite, bleach and chloride will be used with 1 tablespoon of bleaching powder in 3 cups. Alcohol at 70 to 90% will also be used for surface disinfection. Clothes to be washed separately with the detergent and dried. Sharing of items is strictly prohibited. This prevents the spread of the virus. The warning signs: fever continues for more than 5 days. Fever returns in the second week after having been for a day or two. Fever more than 101 Fahrenheit after day 4. Resting heart rate, which is if it's above 110, when there is no activity happening. If it is above 110, breathlessness, tightness in the chest, and oxygen saturation of less than 94% on pulse oximeter. 6-minute walk test. Record the saturation rate before and after walking briskly for 6 minutes. If the saturation falls by more than 3%, it is not favorable, and less than 94%, it is not good too. So relentless cough, which is continuous coughing. You can see the in-campus ambulance. Prevention is the best medicine. People who come in as newly will be given as a separate room with toilet facility. Under no circumstances will they exit the room. The designated quarantine person picks up the food after the person who serves the food is at a safe distance of 6 feet. The food will be placed outside the door. Monitor the temperature, pulse rate, and oxygen saturation levels once a day and more often if the person is symptomatic. Take paracetamol and ensure good hydration, have a nutritious diet and steam inhalation twice daily, and salt and turmeric water, hot water gargling twice a day. Ayurvedic and Siddha medication will be given as per the instructions, and doctor will be contacted if there is a worsening of symptoms for specific management, which could be further consultation, investigations, and treatment. Residents will be asked to continue taking medications if they are on any blood pressure, sugar, or heart elements. Doctors will be consulted if comorbid conditions pose a higher risk. Residents on medication will be asked to bring 2 months of supply till the Adhinam is able to organize the medications for them. Residents will be asked to take a long deep breath, pranayama, lie in prone position on the tummy as much as possible so the lungs expand well. If there is no symptoms, the person will come out of quarantine after a total of 15 days. The test will not be repeated if clinically well. If there are symptoms, the person will need to be retested and need medical opinion and necessary investigations and treatment. The common symptoms, as all you know, the fever, sore throat, fatigue, cough, body aches, headaches, loose stools, vomiting, loss of sense of smell, loss of sense of taste, exhaustion, giddiness, fainting. Previous mentioned symptoms will be provided with immediate evaluation and hospital care. Early detection of these warning signs and identifying the timeline is very crucial for better outcome. This will be monitored very closely and is the most important thing that needs to be done. identifying the day one of the symptoms is very crucial in the management of the monitoring the treatment protocols. And um, we're just going over the various measures, the micromanaging, the extremely implemented to the core every aspect of any possibility of the spread of this virus or any contraction suspect, anything, everything is absolutely taken care with the help of the medical team and all the supporting team here in the Adi Kailasa. So, and successfully implemented, and now it is recognized by the United Nations of this highly and highly appreciated all these efforts by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, along with his the in this Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers. You can see various rules, regulations, quarantine, and what to do in case of emergencies, all the equipment which are taken care, everything to the micromanaged every step of this protection. So by the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So make use of this opportunity, protect yourself from Corona. So join COVID care protection centers, register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa. I repeat and spell out https://kailasa.org, KAILASA.org/Kailasa care, KAILASA care. So with this, we will conclude here and moving on to the next segment of this program after a short break.
Ma, lights, ma. With the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasadasham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording.